Hey viewers! Hope you're all doing great. Before I start the story, tell me in the comments which country you're watching from and what time it is there. And if you enjoy my videos, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. How medieval peasant wives treated their husbands in England. In the quiet centuries of medieval England, the villages and fields were the backbone of society. Most people were peasants tied to the land, laboring from dawn until dusk, under the watch of a lord's manor. Within these humble dwellings and thatched roofs lived families whose daily rhythms were shaped by seasons, harvests, and the unrelenting demands of survival. Among those families, the wife's role was essential and multifaceted. She was partner, caregiver, manager, worker, and often the heart beating behind the hearth. This tale seeks to evoke the world of those wives. How they spoke to their husbands, how they served them, how they shared burdens, and how they shaped household life. It is not fiction, but a weaving together of what the chroniclers, court rolls, agricultural records, and social historians allow us to glimpse. Let your mind drift to a damp morning in 14th century Somerset, or a chill evening in the Midlands, hearth fires crackling, children asleep upstairs, and a wife stirring a pot of pottage before speaking to her husband after a long day's work. This is the world we will enter in gentle detail. The dawn often broke before any roosters crow. In a simple cottage with a low doorway and earthen floor, the peasant wife would rouse early. Perhaps the sky was pale grey, frost lingering in shaded corners, or mist rising from nearby streams. The air smelled of damp earth and smoke. She might coax a few embers to glow in the hearth, stir the ashes, add a small splinter of wood to coax flame. The flicker of firelight would dance across her husband's face as he stirred from sleep. She would speak softly, though not always in whispered tones. "Husband, it is time. The day lengthens." She might prepare a small breakfast of coarse bread and weak ale or milk, warming broth or leftovers. In such moments, her care and tone told him she was his companion, his sustainer. In that quiet light she treated him with a respectful deference, acknowledging his role as head of the household, while also affirming her own indispensable presence. The husband, weary from labor or rising from restless sleep, would likely murmur back. She would not mock or chide him for lateness unless he was negligent, but she would gently reassure him, "We will be late in the fields unless we move soon." There was no grand ceremony of greeting. Instead, the relationship was negotiated day by day, gesture by gesture, habit by habit. She fetched water, lit the hearth, prepared the tools of breakfast, and in doing so set the tone for the household. If he paused to rest his back, she would not shame him. Rather, she might hand him a cup of warm liquid and say, "Drink, husband, your strength fades not for long." Her voice was steady, calm, caring. After the meal, she might walk with him to the door, helping him lace his boots, adjusting his garments, ensuring he carried the fork, the spade, the sickle. She treated him as a man who must face the field, equipped, supported. Sometimes she might warn, "Take care on the ridge, the wind is high." Her tone would not be commanding, but cautious, protective. As he left, she might wave a hand or call, "Go well, husband. May God keep you this day." The words were simple, the warmth behind them real. When the husband strode off to the fields, the wife often did not stay behind with idle hands. In many communities, peasant wives joined the work, sowing beans, weeding, gathering stray stalks, carrying sheaves, gleaning after the harvesters. She treated her husband's work as her own, a shared burden. Historical records suggest that married women helped with reaping, binding sheaves, thatching, and other physically demanding tasks. In the heat of midday, the wife might pause and join her husband in measured rest. She would offer him bread, cheese, apples, or curds. She might fetch water from the brook or well and hand it to him carefully. In such moments her voice was soft. "Take heart, husband. We will finish soon." Or if the clouds darkened, she might caution, "Storm approaches, we should shelter soon." She would treat him neither as a master demanding labor, nor as a child needing coddling, but as an equal laborer, whose strength she respected and whose burdens she shared. She might speak a word of encouragement when his back ached, or place a gentle hand on his shoulder and say, Rest a moment, I will carry a few sheaves. In the barn, during threshing or winnowing, she would move with careful steps so as not to hinder him. She arranged straw, turned bundles, swept the floor. In these chores, she treated the husband with quiet humility and unwavering cooperation. If he made slighter errors, dropping grain, misplacing tools, she would not scold openly. Instead, she might quietly rearrange with a word like, "Here, this way is safer." The tone remained gentle, never confrontational. She did not mock him in front of neighbors or children. If wind blew their hat or cloak, she might chase it and hand it back with a soft smile. "Here, your cloak, dear husband." The sun at its peak often meant the couple paused, if only briefly, to share a meal. In the hedgerow's shade or beside the furrows, husband and wife would sit upon the ground. The wife usually bore the food in a cloth bundle or wooden bowl. Coarse rye bread, a wedge of cheese, sometimes salted fish, or if fortune smiled, eggs boiled hard and sprinkled with herbs from her own garden. When she placed the food in his hand, her action was a sign of attentiveness. She did not simply toss it, but held it out, waiting for his grasp, her eyes lowered in modesty. Her words might be steady and soft. "Eat, husband. You'll need your strength." The respect in her tone was not flattery. It was rooted in centuries of expectation. A wife was to sustain her husband, to honor his position as household head. But in this daily act, we can imagine the faint smile, the small exchange of warmth as he thanked her. "You keep us well, wife." If he spoke of his weariness, she might reply, "You labor for us, husband. Rest a little longer." These sentences were not elaborate. The medieval tongue of peasants was plain, but the gentleness mattered. A wife's treatment of her husband was often seen in the tone of speech and the care in action. Some wives poured a small ale into a wooden cup, carefully offering it without spilling. She would hold the cup steady until his hand enclosed it. Such attentions were small signs of respect, tokens that built the rhythm of married life. Records from manorial courts show that quarrels between husband and wife sometimes spilled into the open, but the expectation was different. A good wife treated her husband without loud contradiction, especially before neighbors. If she disagreed, she would wait until they were home, by the hearth in private. At the noon rest, therefore, she avoided bickering. If he boasted or grumbled about the Lord's bailiff, she listened quietly, nodding, perhaps adding a soft comment. They ask much of you." In this way, she supported his pride and allowed him dignity. After eating, when the husband rose to return to the plough or the flail, she followed, gathering tools or tying her kerchief tightly against the wind. She treated his work as their work, his struggle as their struggle. If he faltered, her role was not to command, but to assist, carrying a load, adjusting the ox's harness, or gathering scattered ears of barley. The peasant wife did not flatter idly, but through her actions she showed deference mixed with partnership. She treated him as both leader and companion. When the fields dimmed and shadows stretched long, husband and wife returned to the cottage. This transition was another moment when her treatment of him appeared. She often walked slightly behind, bearing baskets or bundles, allowing him to lead. At the doorway she might step first to light the hearth, arranging the fire so warmth greeted him. She would then prepare the evening pottage, adding beans, cabbage, leeks, and whatever salted meat might be spared. As he sat, she might draw a stool close, remove his outer garments, and remark softly, "You are weary, husband. Sit, I will tend the pot." Her tone was steady, not servile but respectful. Many accounts from medieval moral guides urged wives to speak kindly, avoiding sharpness or scorn. Thus, she treated her husband with calm words, creating an atmosphere of peace after labor. When bread baked in the ashes was ready, she broke it with her hands and passed him the larger piece, keeping the smaller for herself. This act was both practical. He needed more food, and symbolic. She treated his needs above hers. In the dim light, conversation touched upon the day's labors, the children's behavior, or village news. The wife often listened more than she spoke. If her husband vented frustration, she offered soft affirmations. God willing, the harvest will be better next year. Yet she was not silent always. When it concerned the household's survival, she treated him with advice, phrased carefully. We may save seed if we grind less. Or, it would be wise to mend the roof before winter. She spoke with deference but also with authority earned by daily toil. He might grumble, but many husbands heeded their wives' counsel. The records of medieval England hint that wives often managed provisions and petty cash, meaning their words carried weight in practice. If he bore cuts or blisters, she washed them with warm water, bound them with cloth and murmured, "It will heal." Such tender acts showed how she treated him with bodily care, not only obedience. In the quiet of night, her voice softened, steady like the crackle of the fire. She did not seek praise. She acted because it was expected, and because her husband's health meant the household's survival. The day drew to a close with the fading of light. Outside, the last hues of sunset bled into shadows. Within the small timber-framed cottage, smoke from the hearth curled toward the thatch, and the air smelled of ash, herbs, and cooked grain. This was the hour when the wife's role shifted once again, from field laborer to guardian of home and hearth. She tended the fire carefully, banking the coals so the warmth would last through the night. As her husband eased himself onto a wooden stool or low bench, she often moved about quietly, placing bowls, folding cloths, keeping the children hushed if they stirred. The way she treated him in these hours was marked by calmness, attentiveness. She would not disturb him with quarrels or heavy concerns unless urgent. Instead, she allowed him a moment of quiet. Many medieval sermons urged wives to keep peace in the house, and so her tone was subdued, her movements gentle. She might murmur, "The pottage is ready, husband. Eat, then rest." The simple words, spoken steadily, reassured him that the household was in order. When they ate together, the wife often served him first. She ladled the broth into his bowl, cut bread for his portion, and sometimes poured ale into a cup for him. Only afterward did she take her own serving. This was not a matter of flattery, but of expectation. The husband, as household head, received precedence. But in this service, her attitude mattered. If she placed the bowl before him with a quiet nod, her treatment conveyed deference. If she placed her hand lightly on his shoulder and said, "Eat well, husband, tomorrow will be long," she wrapped necessity in kindness. After the meal, when he spoke of the day's grievances, a stubborn ox, a demanding bailiff, or gossip from the fields, she listened more than she argued. She might add soft affirmations. "The steward is harsh, yet you endured." Or, "God sees the sweat you bear." In this way, she treated him with words that soothed rather than stirred anger. Peasant life was harsh, full of dues, taxes, and corvée labor. A wife's quiet voice at the hearth could ease the burden of her husband's pride and fatigue. It was not that quarrels never arose. Court rolls and village records show husbands sometimes struck wives, and wives sometimes shouted or resisted. But the social model urged wives to bear patiently, and to treat their husbands with obedience. Thus, in the quiet hours, if a dispute lingered, she often sought to calm it with careful speech. She might say, "Let us not wake the children," or, "The morrow will give us light for this matter." Her manner was to defer, to let the husband's word stand, even if later she found her way to influence the decision. If the husband bore wounds, blisters from the sickle, a scrape from the plow, she treated him by bathing the mark with warm water or binding it in linen strips. Sometimes she applied herbs, comfrey, plantain, or yarrow, gathered from hedgerows. As she pressed cloth to his skin, her words were steady and soft. "Hold still. This will draw the ache away." In these moments, she treated her husband not as master or worker, but as a body she must tend, for the health of the family depended upon him. Beds in peasant homes were often simple frames with straw mattresses, shared by husband, wife, and children alike. Before lying down, the wife shook the straw, drew the rough wool blanket close, and sometimes checked that the shutters held against the night air. She would murmur, "Come, husband, the bed is ready." Her tone was calm, reassuring. This treatment showed that she considered his rest important. his comfort a duty. Many couples ended the day with short prayers. Kneeling or sitting, the wife might recite softly, "God keep our home and guard my husband this night." Such words, simple as they were, revealed how she treated him with spiritual care as well. In her prayer, she placed his well-being before God, a gesture both humble and loving. Finally, in the hush before sleep, she rarely spoke of worries or debts. The advice of medieval moral guides was clear: a wife should not trouble her husband's rest. So she held silence or spoke only in whispers. "Sleep well, husband. The dawn will call us soon." And so, with the fire faintly glowing and the night deep beyond the walls, the husband rested, his wife beside him. Her treatment was not one of lavish affection or romantic verse, but of steady deference, care, and partnership woven into every gesture. Morning once again crept into the thatched cottages of England's villages. The cock crowed, frost lingered on the hedges, and smoke curled from chimneys as wives stirred from sleep. For the peasant wife, the treatment of her husband began anew, not as repetition but as daily ritual. Each dawn was a chance to affirm her role, to support, to obey, to care. She often rose before her husband, coaxing the embers in the hearth into flame. The crackle of wood, the smell of smoke, the glow of orange light set the day in motion. When she roused him, she did so gently, not with harsh command. She might place a hand upon his shoulder and murmur, "The day is breaking, husband. The plough waits." This was not simple kindness. It was expected decorum. Medieval guides for household order stressed that wives should treat their husbands with deference, even in the smallest words. The husband was the head of the body of the household, but the wife was the heart, keeping life moving quietly beneath the surface. Bread, pottage, or a piece of dried fish was set before him. She made certain he ate before leaving. She treated him as the worker whose body carried the burden of the Lord's demands. Serving food first to her husband was an act rooted in both survival and custom. When she placed the meal before him, she might whisper, "Eat well, husband, for the fields are heavy today." A small phrase, but one that affirmed his role and her care. If his boots needed tying or his cloak had frayed, she tended to them without fuss. Many wives repaired garments by firelight, patching hose and mending tunics. She treated his clothing as an extension of his body, and her quiet labor preserved his dignity in the eyes of neighbors. Before he left, she might remind him softly, "Take the sickle, husband, the barley lies thick." These gentle words were less instruction than support, a reminder framed as care, not command. How a wife treated her husband in public was as important as her treatment in private. In village lanes, before neighbors, she avoided contradiction. To scold or mock him openly risked shame, and shame was a heavy weight in small communities where every action was noted. Thus, if he boasted of his strength or complained of hardship, she nodded, perhaps adding a mild word of agreement. "Aye, husband, you bear much for us." Her tone preserved his standing, protected his pride. Court records from medieval England show that when wives publicly insulted husbands, quarrels often escalated into legal disputes. Therefore, the wise wife tempered her words, offering respect before others, even if her private counsel at night might differ. When work demanded, the wife joined her husband in the fields. She bent to gather weeds, followed behind to bind sheaves, or helped drive the oxen. In these tasks, she treated him not only as master but as partner. Her deference did not mean silence in work. She might urge him gently, "Steady now, husband, the furrow must be straight." Or she might caution, "Leave the heavy stone, I will move the smaller ones." Her voice was soft, measured, careful not to provoke anger but to sustain the rhythm of their toil. At harvest, bundles of grain or hay were carried home. Often, the wife bore as much as she could, shoulders bent beneath the load. Her treatment of her husband here was shown in her willingness to share weight. She did not demand he carry all. She walked beside him, each step a silent act of partnership. At times she might remark, "We will lighten the load together, husband." Such words showed both respect and resilience. When midday came, she was the one who unwrapped the food, poured ale into a wooden cup, handed him sustenance. She treated him with attentiveness, ensuring his hunger was met before her own. This gesture was repeated endlessly through the years, an unspoken vow renewed with each meal. Peasant wives were warned in sermons against sharp tongues. Chroniclers describe wives who quarreled as causes of discord. To treat her husband rightly was to guard her words. Thus, even when she disapproved, she shaped her voice carefully. She might say, "Perhaps another way, husband," instead of blunt contradiction. Her manner conveyed suggestion rather than defiance. This moderation was not weakness, but survival. By guiding gently, she preserved harmony, ensuring the family's unity endured. As the husband returned, weary, the wife welcomed him with warmth. She treated him by drawing him into a house already prepared, the fire glowing, the pot simmering, the children calmed. In this atmosphere, his authority was affirmed. She did not meet him with complaints or demands. Instead, she offered food, quiet company, and the small comforts she could provide. Only after these duties might she raise matters of concern. Debts owed, seed stored, repairs needed. Even then, her words were measured. "Husband, it may be wise." Or perhaps before winter we should. The way she ended each day mirrored the beginning. Quietly, attentively. She made his bed ready, ensured the children were settled, whispered prayers for his safety. When he lay down, she did not trouble him with disputes. Instead, she spoke gently. "Rest now, husband. Tomorrow we will labor again." Thus the cycle turned. Dawn to dusk, field to hearth, and in each moment, her treatment of him was woven of respect, care, partnership, and deference. Not romantic flourishes, but steady acts that sustained their life together in the harsh medieval world. The medieval peasant household did not exist in isolation. Its rhythms were guided by the church, by customs passed down through generations, and by the moral expectations that bound wives to particular ways of treating their husbands. To understand how a wife acted toward her husband, one must step into this larger world of belief and rule. From the pulpit, priests reminded villagers of St. Paul's letters. "Wives, obey your husbands." These words, repeated in sermons and moral tracts, shaped how women saw their duty. To treat her husband rightly was not only a social expectation, but also a spiritual obligation. The wife, listening at Mass in a village church with whitewashed walls and flickering candles, absorbed the teaching that her obedience preserved the household's order, just as the church's obedience to Christ preserved the soul. When she spoke to her husband with respect, when she deferred to his decision, she was enacting what the church preached. The husband as head, the wife as helpmeet. In confession, wives were sometimes asked if they quarreled with their husbands, if they withheld obedience, if they used sharp words. The expectation was clear. A good wife treated her husband with patience, with humility, and with moderation of speech. Thus, when she held her tongue after his anger, when she soothed instead of scolded, she did not only preserve peace at home, she believed she was keeping her soul in God's grace. At marriage, spoken before priest and altar, vows were exchanged. The peasant wife remembered that her words bound her to fidelity and service. When she treated her husband with care, she was upholding the very promise that made her his wife. Though daily labor was harsh, though temper sometimes flared, the memory of that vow echoed. She might whisper to herself as she stirred the pot at evening, "As I vowed, so I do. He is my husband, and I his wife." Beyond the church, village custom enforced expectations. Neighbors watched closely how a wife treated her husband. If she shouted at him in the lane, tongues wagged. If she showed him honor in public, she was praised. Custom dictated that at feasts, she waited for him to drink before she did. At market, she walked at his side, not before him. At the manor court, she often spoke only after him, deferring to his voice. Her treatment was therefore shaped not only by private affection, but by the eyes of the village. To show obedience was to preserve the household's honor. Old sayings reinforced this role. Proverbs murmured that a good wife is her husband's crown, or that sharp is the tongue that breaks a man. Such lines, passed from lip to lip, reminded wives that their treatment of husbands should be gentle, sustaining, never scornful. When she handed him his cloak in the morning, she remembered the proverb that said, "Better a crust in peace than a feast with strife." Her soft treatment was a hedge against discord. Peasant life was not free of quarrel. Husbands grew angry when rents rose, when fields failed, when ale soured. But the custom for wives was to answer anger with calm. She might lower her eyes, speaking quietly, "Husband, the children hear," or, "The day is weary enough, let us not add to it." Her treatment in such moments was shaped by long tradition. Patience, silence if needed, soothing words if possible. The good wife was praised for her ability to temper fire with water, to keep the household from dissolving into chaos. On feast days, Easter, Christmas, the harvest festival, wives often treated their husbands with special care. They prepared the best food they could muster, perhaps a chicken or bread baked with spices. She ensured he was clothed decently for Mass, mended and clean. Such acts were not luxuries but signs of honor. On holy days, the way a wife treated her husband reflected not just marriage, but devotion to God. Though obedience was expected, many wives also shaped their husbands quietly through counsel. Records and letters show wives reminding husbands to keep their oaths, to avoid drunkenness, to pay dues on time. She did not scold directly. Instead, she framed her words in gentleness. "It would please God, husband, if we gave the tithe quickly." Or, "The children will learn from your example." This subtle treatment, guiding while appearing deferential, gave wives moral influence within the strict structure of obedience. Thus, religion and custom created a balance. The wife treated her husband as leader, obeying him in public and serving him in daily tasks. Yet through soft words, tender actions, and wise counsel, she also influenced him. She was expected to honor, to care, to obey. But she was also the one who kept him fed, mended, and even guided. Her treatment was therefore both submissive and sustaining, quiet yet essential. As the bell of the parish church tolled across fields and meadows, the wife's role was framed by sound, sight, and faith. Her treatment of her husband was never only personal. It was a thread in the fabric of medieval society itself. Peasant marriage in medieval England was not only a bond of affection or obedience, it was an economic partnership. Husband and wife together kept the household afloat. Yet within this partnership, the wife's treatment of her husband was deeply practical. She served him not only with words or gestures of respect, but also with her labor, her management, and her ability to stretch meager resources. The husband might plow the soil or herd the sheep, but the wife transformed raw materials into sustenance. Bread, the cornerstone of the medieval diet, was her daily craft. To knead dough, to tend the oven, to portion loaves so they lasted until the next market. This was her quiet way of treating her husband with care. When she handed him his bread at dawn, or poured him a mug of ale she had brewed herself, she was doing more than feeding him. She was sustaining his strength, ensuring he could labor another day. Thus, the wife's treatment of her husband was economic devotion expressed in food. In times of harvest, wives joined husbands in the fields. Side by side they reaped grain, bound sheaves, or gleaned what was left behind. Though men often held the scythe, women worked with sickles, bending low in the hot sun. Her treatment of him in such moments was cooperative. She did not stand apart, but bore the same strain. When his back ached, she might say, "Rest a moment, I will bind the bundle." When her fingers bled from thorns, he sometimes eased her task. Marriage in the fields was a rhythm of shared burden, a wife treating her husband not as master alone, but as partner in toil. Though custom placed husbands as heads, wives were often the ones at the market stall, selling eggs, butter, cheese, or small ale. With her sharp eye, she bargained for fair prices, guarded the coins in her pouch, and brought the earnings home. By managing small money, she treated her husband in a subtle but vital way. She stretched their income, ensuring there was enough for rent, seed, and the children's shoes. If she spent wisely, he praised her thrift. If she squandered, tongues wagged. So, her financial treatment of him was not only economic, it was also social, for a wife's skill or waste reflected upon the whole household. Clothing was costly, and most peasants had little. A wife's task was to spin wool, weave cloth, sew tunics, and mend tiers. Each stitch was an act of service to her husband. When he walked to church in a tunic she had patched carefully, he looked respectable before neighbors. Her treatment of him here was prideful in the quiet sense. By keeping him decently clothed, she honored him before the village. Even the washing of clothes, done in streams or tubs, was part of this economic service. Cleanliness was not luxury but dignity, and her effort preserved his standing. Winters were harsh. Grain bins ran low, and salted meat dwindled. In these months, the wife's skill mattered most. She rationed bread, watered ale, and stirred pottage from scraps of beans and roots. Her treatment of her husband was seen in this stewardship. She ensured he did not go hungry, that he had enough strength to work or walk to the Lord's fields. She ate sparingly herself if needed, giving him the larger share. This quiet sacrifice was common, a wife treating her husband with survival as her gift. Each year, rents to the manor and tithes to the church had to be paid. Husbands often feared these dues, for failure meant fines or shame. Here wives played a part. Some hid small savings in cloth purses, keeping a coin back from market earnings. Some reminded their husbands not to drink away pennies in alehouses. Others went before the steward with butter or chickens to ease a debt. Her treatment of her husband was in this prudence, ensuring that he did not fall into arrears, shielding him from the sting of the bailiff's call. In many villages, hospitality was expected. If a guest came, the wife's role was to provide food, drink, and welcome. In serving guests well, she honored her husband's reputation. To greet a neighbor kindly, to pour ale with a smile, to spread what little food they had. This was her way of treating her husband with respect. His honor was bound to her hospitality. Thus, even in serving others, she was serving him. Not all days were equal. Harvests failed, animals sickened, or taxes rose. In such times, a wife's treatment of her husband was most tested. If he grew despondent, she might encourage, "We will manage, husband, I have been still stored." If he raged at loss, she soothed, "The Lord will provide. Let us not despair." Her endurance in adversity was a form of treatment, to steady him, to help him rise again, to ensure the household endured. Thus, medieval peasant marriage was more than obedience. It was survival, woven from shared labor. A wife treated her husband with respect, yes, but also with practical service. Food on the table, clothes on his back, coins in the pouch, and hope in hard times. Her role was both submissive and sustaining. She was servant, partner, and quiet steward of their fragile world. As the hearth fire crackled low and smoke curled through the thatch, the medieval wife's treatment of her husband could be seen in every detail. A loaf set before him, a cloak mended, a debt paid, a word of comfort spoken. Through these acts, she was not only his wife, but also his safeguard against hunger, debt, and despair. When we speak of medieval peasant marriages, it is easy to picture them as arrangements of work and obedience alone. Yet beneath the layers of labor and duty, there lived an emotional current, a bond between husband and wife that often deepened with the passing years. A wife's treatment of her husband was not always stern or transactional. It could be tender, affectionate, and filled with the small gestures that soften hard lives. Though marriages were often arranged by families or guided by village custom, courtship did exist among peasants. A young woman might notice a man at the churchyard or harvest field. If he showed interest, she might gift him a kerchief, share bread at a feast, or exchange shy smiles during festivals. When marriage followed, she often treated her husband with the lingering sweetness of these first tokens. Even years later, she might remind him, "Do you remember when first you danced with me at Lammas?" Such memories softened the daily toil. Life in a medieval village was full of strain. Harsh winters, endless labor, burdensome rents. Husbands, though expected to be strong, felt the weight of these troubles. In such times a wife's words could soothe. "Rest a while, husband, the oxen will not wander. Take your bread, eat, and do not fret. Tomorrow is another day." Her tone, gentle by the hearth, was as important as food itself. Through calm words, she treated him with kindness, reminding him that he was not alone in hardship. The cottage hearth was the heart of the peasant home. As firelight flickered upon smoke-darkened beams, husband and wife sat close. The wife tended the flames, stirred the pottage, and perhaps handed him a cup of warm ale. In these quiet evenings when children were asleep, she might lean against him, listening to the crackle of fire. These moments of shared silence were their companionship, a treatment of gentleness, not only service. She gave him warmth, both from the fire and from her presence. Medieval culture valued modesty. Public displays of affection between husband and wife were rare, especially in front of neighbors. Yet affection showed itself in subtler ways. A wife might straighten her husband's cloak before church, or carry his jug when walking together. She might laugh at his jest in the alehouse yard, or place her hand on his arm as they crossed the muddy lane. Such gestures treated him with dignity and pride. She honored him before others without need for bold display. In private, within the closed walls of their timbered cottage, tenderness could be freer. A wife's soft touch, her care for his tired body, her sharing of the bed, these were parts of marriage that carried warmth, even in lives otherwise marked by toil. The medieval church spoke often of marriage duties. A husband and wife were bound to one another not only in work, but also in the sharing of their bodies. Wives treated their husbands with a duty of intimacy, and husbands owed the same in return. For peasants, this intimacy was less about romance than about comfort, procreation, and sometimes sheer warmth in the cold months. Yet even within these practicalities, there could be tenderness. She might draw him close after a long day, or whisper softly in the dark. In such moments, her treatment of him was one of closeness, an affirmation that he was cherished, not merely obeyed. Though life was harsh, peasants found joy in small things. Husbands and wives often joked with each other, sharing laughter during daily tasks. She might tease him if his boots split in the mud, or if he dozed off by the fire. He might laugh at her quick words in the market. Their jests, though rough at times, built companionship. In this laughter, she treated him as more than master. She treated him as partner, someone with whom life's burdens could be lightened. When illness struck, and it often did in medieval villages, the wife's role became that of nurse. She brewed herbal teas of chamomile, sage, or yarrow. She bathed his brow with cloths, prayed beside his bed, and kept the fire burning. Her treatment of him in sickness revealed her devotion. She might whisper prayers to saints, asking for his healing. She might stay awake at night, watching his breath. This care was not merely expected duty. It was also an act of love, of holding his life in her hands as best she could. Religion shaped their bond as well. A wife might walk beside her husband to church on Sundays, both kneeling side by side in the nave. Together they prayed for health, harvest, and children's survival. In this shared devotion, her treatment of him was spiritual companionship. She honored him as head of household, yet also guided him by her piety. A devout wife was often praised, for her prayers were believed to protect her husband's soul. Over decades, the treatment of husband by wife changed shape. Young affection mellowed into steady companionship. After surviving bad harvests, raising children, and burying loved ones, their bond carried layers of memory. She might remind him of their first cottage, or laugh at how thin they once were in youth. He, in turn, might praise her for enduring alongside him. Thus, her treatment of him in later years was marked not only by service but by companionship born of endurance. In the emotional realm, a medieval peasant wife treated her husband with tenderness woven through duty. She fed him and clothed him, yes, but she also comforted, laughed, and prayed with him. She was his servant in some ways, but also his solace. His supporter, his companion at the hearth, his partner in silence, his warmth in the cold nights. This balance of obedience and affection gave depth to peasant marriages, binding husband and wife not only in labor, but also in love. The quiet crackle of a hearth, the murmur of voices in the night, the sharing of bread and laughter. These were the ways a medieval peasant wife treated her husband, with her heart as well as her hands. Life in a medieval peasant household was not without its storms. Just as the skies over England could shift from calm to tempest, so too could the marriage between husband and wife move from tenderness to conflict. Disagreements arose over money, work, food, children, or simply the weariness of endless labor. The treatment of a husband by his wife in these moments reveals another layer of their relationship, a mixture of deference, resistance, and reconciliation. Husband and wife often labored side by side. Yet quarrels could spark over the division of labor. If a man thought his wife too slow at spinning, he might scold. If she felt he shirked in the fields, she might mutter beneath her breath. A wife's treatment of her husband in these quarrels varied. Some bent their heads and accepted his word, keeping silence until his temper cooled. Others answered sharply, "I spin as my mother spun. You cannot demand more from weary hands." Thus, conflict revealed the delicate balance. Outward obedience expected, but inner resistance sometimes voiced. Alehouses dotted medieval villages, and many men spent time there after work. A wife, guarding coins for rent and food, might grow angry when her husband returned having spent too freely. Her treatment of him in such quarrels could be sharp. She might scold him at the doorway, refuse him supper, or mutter complaints before neighbors. Medieval court records show women sometimes dragged drunken husbands home, a rough form of care mixed with anger. Yet, when the storm passed, she still placed bread before him the next morning, a cycle of anger and reconciliation. Raising children tested marriages. If a child misbehaved, a husband might strike, and the wife could protest. If illness struck, and the husband blamed her carelessness, sharp words followed. A wife's treatment of her husband here often showed fierce protection. She might shield the child, saying, "Strike me instead, the boy is too small." Or she might weep, turning her anger into silence rather than words. Conflict over children revealed her courage. She treated her husband not always with submission, but with maternal defiance when her little ones were at risk. Manorial courts and church courts sometimes recorded the quarrels of peasants. Wives accused husbands of cruelty. Husbands accused wives of scolding or disobedience. The language of a scolding wife was common. Women who spoke too freely were frowned upon. Yet, these records show that wives did answer back, and their treatment of husbands in quarrel was not always meek. Still, the law and custom favored the man. A wife who resisted too openly risked shame. Thus, her treatment in conflict was often a careful balance, voicing enough to defend herself, yet not enough to invite greater punishment. Not all quarrels were loud. Sometimes a wife treated her husband with silence, a quiet resistance. She set his food without words, did her tasks without laughter, and avoided his gaze. Such silence weighed heavily in a small cottage. It was a form of treatment as strong as words, withholding warmth until peace was restored. Despite quarrels, most peasant marriages endured. The cycle of anger, silence, and reconciliation was familiar. After harsh words, a wife might still mend his tunic, or place a cloak over him when he dozed by the fire. Her treatment in reconciliation was gentle, practical. She showed care through action, even if words remained scarce. By morning, the quarrel was often over, buried beneath the weight of daily survival. It must be spoken plainly. Some marriages knew violence. Husbands, holding authority, sometimes struck their wives. A wife's treatment of her husband in these moments was shaped by custom and fear. Many endured in silence, praying for change. Yet some resisted. Records show wives seeking church courts for separation, though rarely granted. Others turned sharp tongues against blows, or sought neighbors' aid. Her treatment of him in violent moments was complex, outwardly submissive, inwardly enduring or resisting in the ways available to her. In small villages, Quarrels rarely stayed private. Neighbors heard raised voices through thin walls or open doors. Sometimes they intervened, urging peace. A wife, knowing this, often treated her husband carefully in public after quarrels, showing respect to preserve reputation. Thus, her treatment of him was not only about private feeling, but also about the eyes of the village. The church reached into daily life. If a husband wished to skip mass for work or ail, the wife might urge him to attend. If she gave too much heed to a local saint or charm, he might scoff. Here too conflict rose. Yet often she treated her husband with gentle persuasion. "Come, husband, it is Lent. Let us not shame ourselves." Her faith was sometimes her weapon in quarrel, soft but persistent. It would be wrong to imagine medieval peasant marriages as endless quarrels. Conflict was one strand, woven into the cloth of daily life. After harsh words, there was often laughter again, shared bread, shared bed. A wife's treatment of her husband in conflict was not purely submissive nor purely rebellious. It was survival, speaking when she dared, silent when she must, soothing when the moment called, resisting when protection demanded. Thus, quarrels did not destroy marriage. They were part of its rhythm. As storms pass over the fields and leave them green again, so quarrels passed over cottages, leaving behind endurance. A wife treated her husband in conflict with a mixture of deference, defiance, and reconciliation. She bent but did not always break. She argued but often soothed. She endured but also resisted in quiet strength. The crackle of fire after a quarrel, the slow mending of voices in the dim cottage light. This too was the treatment of husband by wife. A reminder that even in discord, bonds endured, and life together pressed on. Though the lives of medieval peasants were filled with toil and hardship, the calendar offered moments of relief. The cycle of the church, the rhythms of harvest, and the customs of the village brought festivals and feast days. On these occasions, wives treated their husbands in ways that were lighter, more joyful, and full of companionship, revealing another side of medieval marriage. The church ordered the year with holy days: Christmas, Easter, Pentecost, and the many saints' feasts. On such days, work paused, and families attended Mass together. A wife's treatment of her husband in these moments was respectful and reverent. She walked with him to church, perhaps straightening his cloak, ensuring he looked proper before neighbors. She knelt beside him, prayed beside him, and afterward joined him in the festive meals that followed. By honoring him in public worship, she treated him with dignity before the community and with devotion before God. The harvest season brought one of the greatest peasant festivals, the gathering of crops, followed by celebration. Once the grain was stored, villagers feasted with bread, ale, music, and dance. A wife treated her husband here with joy and pride. She might serve him ale she had brewed, cut slices of fresh bread, and laugh at his jests among neighbors. If there was dancing, she might join his hand, skirts twirling on the green. Her treatment of him in such festivals was not duty, but companionship, a sharing of laughter after months of strain. Ale brewing was often a wife's domain, and feast days were her time to shine. She offered her husband a foaming jug, poured carefully, sometimes even encouraging him to share with friends. In this, she treated him as host, upholding his honor before others. By ensuring he had enough to drink, and that his table was never bare, she enhanced his standing. Her service here was joyful, not heavy, for festival ale was sweeter than the daily brew. The turning of the seasons brought celebrations like May Day and Midsummer. On May Day, wives and husbands joined in village dances, decorated their homes with greenery, and shared honeyed cakes. A wife's treatment of her husband in these lively moments was playful. She laughed with him, perhaps crowned him with a wreath of flowers, or teased him as he joined the games. These small acts reminded him of youth and renewed affection. At midsummer bonfires they stood together, watching sparks rise into the night sky. She might lean against him in the glow, offering warmth of presence more than words. When others married, entire villages feasted. Husbands and wives attended as guests, and wives treated their own husbands with a subtle display of respect. She ensured he was well fed, kept his cup filled, and perhaps joined him in toasts. At such events, her treatment of him was social, presenting their marriage as steady and honorable before neighbors. Even if quarrels had brewed in private, she showed loyalty in public, strengthening his reputation through her care. Christmas was a special season. Though peasants could not afford great luxuries, they still marked the time with better food, small gifts, and gatherings. A wife might prepare a goose or a pudding of oats and dried fruit, offering her husband the best portion. She might mend his cloak as a gift, or warm his boots by the fire. Her treatment here was affectionate, almost ceremonial, a reminder that even in poverty she could honor him with gestures of love. Medieval peasants valued music. At festivals, fiddles, pipes, and drums filled the air. Wives often joined their husbands in the circle dances, clapping and singing. Her treatment in these moments was equal. She was his partner in joy, not just his partner in work. She moved with him in rhythm, their hands clasped, their laughter mingling with neighbors. For a few hours, the burdens of rent and harvest melted, and marriage was seen in the glow of merriment. Food was central to festivals. A wife prepared dishes more lavish than usual. Meat, if they could afford it, pies of berries, bread made with finer flour. She placed the choicest cuts before her husband, ensuring he ate heartily. This treatment was a sign of honor, echoing customs of hierarchy, yet also of love. By filling his plate generously, she showed her wish for his strength and happiness. During festivals, wives often treated their husbands with affection through their children. They dressed the little ones neatly, presented them proudly beside their father, and encouraged them to sing or play. In this way, she treated her husband with a gift of legacy, reminding him of the family they had built together, and the joy it brought in festive times. Perhaps most striking about festivals was how they softened the strict boundaries of daily life. A wife who normally bowed to her husband's authority might tease him during a dance, or laugh more freely at the ale bench. A husband who was stern in the fields might smile and clasp her hand more gently. Her treatment of him in these moments was lighter, affection clothed in joy rather than duty. When festivals ended and work returned, memories of those bright days lingered. A wife might remind her husband of a jest shared at Christmas, or a dance enjoyed at harvest. These memories carried them through the darker months. Thus, her treatment of him in times of joy was not fleeting. It wove into the fabric of their life, strengthening their bond even in the midst of hardship. In the end, joy itself was a form of treatment. By laughing with her husband, by feasting with him, by dancing at his side, a medieval peasant wife gave him more than food or clothing. She gave him cheer, a reminder that life, though hard, still held delight. Her care was not only in labor, but in joy, a gift as necessary as bread itself. The firelight of a festival, the music of fiddles across the green, the taste of bread and ale shared in merriment, these were the ways a wife treated her husband in times of joy. Her laughter, her care, her companionship shone brightest when the village celebrated, and for a while, both husband and wife were lifted above the burdens of their world. Picture again the medieval village, England's rolling hills, the distant bleating of sheep, the smell of earth after rain. We are still walking slowly through this daily life of the common people, and in this 12th stretch of our journey, we move deeper into the fabric of daily cooperation, affection, and resilience between peasant wives and their husbands. The tone remains steady, quiet, and soft, like the rhythm of a crackling fire, telling us stories of the past. A peasant wife was not just measured by the bread she baked or the flax she spun. Her treatment of her husband often extended into what we now call emotional labor. In an age without written diaries or letters for common folk, much of this history is invisible, but historians reconstruct it through records, court rolls, and the words of clergymen who commented upon daily life. When a husband returned weary from plowing or threshing, his wife was expected to receive him with quiet steadiness. Not every evening was peaceful. Arguments over food stores, debts, or obligations to the manor could easily bring tension. But in many cases, wives bore the role of calming their husbands, offering comfort, or gently steering him away from reckless words against the lord of the manor or the reeve. Her treatment was a balance. Obedient to his role as head of household, yet quietly influential in his moods and decisions. Life in medieval England was often poor, and wives treated their husbands not as distant lords, but as fellow sufferers of the same harsh conditions. Archaeological remains of cramped cottages with packed earth floors remind us how little privacy there was. A wife's respect and partnership were not luxuries. They were necessities to endure the cold, hunger, and sickness together. Food shortages struck frequently. Famines in the early 14th century, such as the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317, brought hunger to countless villages. Wives often tried to stretch their cooking as far as possible. In treating their husbands, they sometimes gave them the first portion of bread or pottage, believing that the man who labored hardest in the fields needed the strength. This was both practical and affectionate, a gesture of care that spoke louder than words in a society with little room for verbal declarations of love. Medieval law and church doctrine placed the husband firmly above the wife in authority. Preachers reminded women that obedience was their sacred duty. A wife's treatment of her husband in England often reflected this social order. She would rise early, prepare food, and defer to him in public matters. Yet we must also imagine the subtle realities beneath this formal structure. In private, a wife might question, argue, or guide her husband's choices. Legal records sometimes show wives protecting their husbands in disputes, speaking on their behalf, or even paying fines from money they had carefully set aside. Respect was shown outwardly, but influence was quietly woven within. One of the gentlest forms of treatment was in times of sickness. When a husband fell ill, perhaps struck by fever or weakened by a wound from farm work, the wife's role expanded into caregiver. Herbal knowledge often passed from mother to daughter enabled wives to prepare remedies. Nettle poultices for swelling, garlic for infections, willow bark for pain. Her patient care reflected a treatment not only of duty, but of shared humanity. In small cottages, with smoke drifting from a central hearth and children huddled close, a wife's soothing hands and whispered prayers for her husband's recovery embodied the closeness of peasant marriage. Villages were tight-knit, and how a wife treated her husband was never invisible. Neighbors noticed. Gossip traveled quickly. A wife who was respectful, industrious, and supportive reflected well on her husband. Conversely, a wife who openly disrespected or quarreled too fiercely could bring shame upon him. Thus, wives often treated their husbands with outward deference, not only for harmony within the home, but also for reputation in the village community. It was a performance as much as a reality, one shaped by both personal affection and social pressure. Despite hardship, affection did exist. While medieval records rarely speak directly of love among peasants, glimpses appear in wills and court cases. Husbands sometimes entrusted their wives with property or animals in their wills, revealing trust and attachment. Ballads and folk songs of the era, though often romanticized, hint at companionship, laughter, and even tenderness between spouses. A wife might treat her husband with a gentle word, a shared jest at the hearth, or a quiet smile when handing him a cup of ale after long labor. These small acts, though rarely recorded, were essential threads in the fabric of married life. Treatment of husbands was also influenced by childbearing. Women bore many children, and the survival of infants was uncertain. A wife's relationship with her husband could be strengthened or strained depending on the burdens of pregnancy, birth, and loss. Some husbands treated their wives with tenderness in these moments, and in return, wives leaned upon them for emotional support. In many cases, wives endured silently, but their treatment of their husbands in these times was marked by expectation, to produce heirs, to raise children, and to maintain the household through exhaustion and grief. Husbands relied on their wives' resilience as much as their wives relied on them. Though medieval men dominated the public world of plows, taxes, and courts, the home was the wife's realm. By controlling food, textiles, and the rhythm of daily life, a wife subtly shaped her husband's well-being. Treating him kindly, feeding him, and keeping the cottage in order were not small acts. They were the foundation of his strength in the outside world. Thus, treatment was not merely obedience. It was practical power exercised through domestic responsibility. Husbands knew their survival depended on the quiet efficiency and cooperation of their wives. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine a low, timber-framed cottage. Smoke curls upward through a small hole in the thatch. Children lie drowsy in the shadows. At the hearth, a pot of thin pottage bubbles. The husband returns, weary and mud-stained. His wife looks up, nods, and ladles food into a wooden bowl. She places it before him, perhaps with a quiet word. "Eat, you've worked enough for the day." No romance, no grand declarations. Only the simple, steady treatment that kept households alive in medieval England. The fire still glows in our imagined cottage. The rhythm of the past continues to unfold slowly, calmly, like the turning of the seasons. We now move into the 13th part of our long story, where the lives of medieval peasant wives and their treatment of their husbands become clearer through the cycles of the year, through festivals, customs, and the little details that colored their daily existence in England. Medieval life was bound to the seasons. A wife's treatment of her husband was shaped by these cycles, as she adjusted her work and her care to the demands of the land. In spring, when fields were plowed and sown, she prepared extra food for long working days. Bread, pottage, and cheese were given with careful thought, ensuring her husband could endure long hours in the furrows. In summer, when haymaking and harvest demanded endless toil, she rose before dawn to bring water or ale into the fields. This simple act of carrying drink to her husband was an ancient rhythm of partnership. It showed care and respect, but also necessity. Without her help, he could not endure the heat and exhaustion. In winter, when fields lay bare and hunger threatened, she stretched the stored grain and salted meat, treating her husband with quiet generosity, sometimes giving him more than she ate herself. The cycles of the year revealed her role not only as obedient wife, but as guardian of his strength. On holy days and village festivals, wives treated their husbands in ways shaped by community ritual. During Christmas, Easter, and harvest feasts, women often prepared special food, saved from meager stores. To serve her husband a rare piece of pork, or sweeten cakes with honey, was both an act of affection and of pride. At festivals, wives also stood beside their husbands publicly. How she carried herself, how she spoke, reflected on him. Treating him with honor, sharing ale cups at communal gatherings, dancing with him during village revels. These acts were subtle affirmations of companionship. The wife's treatment was not always solemn. On certain feast days, playful reversals occurred. During Shrovetide or May Day, customs allowed women to jest, tease, and even mock their husbands in good humor. This temporary inversion brought laughter and balance to their lives, reminding us that treatment was not only obedience, but also shared humanity and amusement. In England's villages, market days were vital. Wives sometimes accompanied their husbands to sell surplus eggs, butter, or woven cloth. Here, her treatment of him took on a public, cooperative form. She supported his trade, bargained with sharp skill, and returned earnings into the household purse. In some cases, wives ran small sales themselves. When their husbands entrusted them to manage these dealings, it reflected mutual respect. To treat her husband well in such moments was to uphold his name, to ensure he was seen as an honest, respectable man with a competent household. Markets showed how a wife's treatment was bound to economic trust. Yet not all was harmony. Tensions existed. Legal and church courts reveal cases of quarrels, sometimes violent, between spouses. Husbands could be harsh, and wives could resist. Treatment was not always gentle. Sometimes it was sharp words, resistance, or stubborn silence. In such disputes, wives often tried to avoid bringing shame upon their husbands, but records show some women did not fear to argue in public. To treat him with obedience was the ideal, but reality allowed for conflict. Even so, reconciliation often followed, for survival demanded cooperation. Many times, wives labored side by side with their husbands. At harvest, they bent together to cut sheaves. At lambing time, They together guided the flock. In such moments, treatment was shaped not by words but by shared effort. A wife treated her husband as a partner in sweat and toil. The simple gesture of passing him a tool, holding a tethered animal, or singing a rhythmic song to lighten the burden, all reflected a deep companionship. While laws placed the husband above the wife, the fields placed them side by side. Silence was also part of treatment. In an age when survival left little room for endless conversation, quiet companionship spoke volumes. A wife sitting by the hearth spinning wool, while her husband repaired tools beside her, treated him with presence, with unspoken support. Silence did not mean coldness. It was the rhythm of a life lived together, where words were few, but mutual reliance constant. In long winter nights, wives often told stories by the fire. Folklore of saints, tales of old heroes, or simple moral fables passed the hours. In telling these tales, wives treated their husbands not only as providers, but as listeners, as part of a shared cultural memory. Sometimes she reminded him, through these stories, of patience, courage, or generosity. This subtle form of treatment was a way of guiding, instructing, even without open command. A wife also treated her husband with honor through hospitality. If visitors came, she offered food and drink promptly, reflecting well on his household. The bread she baked, the ale she brewed, the warmth she extended, all became reflections of him. To treat her husband well was to ensure he was seen as a man of order and kindness, not of negligence. So imagine again a market day in a small English town. A husband stands by his cart, rough hands clutching sacks of barley. Beside him, his wife adjusts her cloak, bargains firmly for a fair price, then hands him the coins. He looks at her, nods, and they walk home together. This quiet partnership, shown in daily exchanges, in food shared, in fields worked, in festivals celebrated. This is how medieval peasant wives treated their husbands in England. Respectful, practical, often obedient, sometimes playful, always bound by the unshakable necessity of survival together. The firelight glimmers once more upon the walls of our imagined medieval cottage. Outside, frost glitters across the fields, and a soft wind sighs through the thatched roof. The story continues, soft and unhurried, as we move into the 14th part of our long journey. Now we focus upon the role of religion, the voice of the church, and how these teachings shaped the way peasant wives treated their husbands in medieval England. In medieval England, the church was the greatest influence on daily life. Priests, sermons, confessions, and feast-day homilies guided people in how they ought to live. Marriage was considered a holy sacrament, and priests reminded wives of their sacred duty to their husbands. From pulpits in small parish churches, the message was clear. The husband was the head of the household, the wife was to be obedient. Priests often quoted St. Paul's words, "Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands." These lines were repeated again and again, forming the moral framework of marriage. A wife treated her husband with respect, not only because of custom, but because she was taught it was God's command. Each year, peasants were required to confess their sins. Wives were sometimes questioned by priests about how they treated their husbands. Did they obey? Did they quarrel too much? Did they withhold themselves from the marriage bed? Confession shaped behavior. A wife, seeking forgiveness and fearing sin, might adjust her treatment of her husband afterward. This was not simply personal choice. It was survival of the soul. Eternal salvation was believed to depend upon proper conduct within marriage. Thus, obedience, patience, and care were not only practical virtues, but religious duties. On Sundays, the whole village gathered in the parish church. Sermons often reminded women of their place in the household order. Preachers used metaphors. The husband was the sun, the wife the moon, the husband the head, the wife the body. Such images were simple but powerful. They reinforced a pattern. Wives were to treat their husbands with humility and deference, for to rebel was to upset the natural order of God's creation. And yet, even within this framework, the church also instructed men to treat their wives with love and care. Husbands were told to provide, to protect, to avoid cruelty. Wives, in turn, were taught to respond with loyalty, support, and reverence. Though most peasants could not read, some texts survive which were used by clergy to teach about marriage. Works like the Ankreen Wis or later household manuals gave instructions on how wives should act. They emphasized modesty, silence, and obedience. Wives were expected to treat their husbands with quiet service, preparing meals, spinning wool, raising children, and submitting to his authority. These expectations filtered down into the countryside through sermons, confessions, and gossip among women. The church also spoke of marital relations. Wives were told that denying their husbands was sinful. Priests reminded them that the marriage bed was not for pleasure, but for procreation and avoidance of sin. A wife's treatment of her husband in this private sphere was therefore heavily shaped by religious teaching. To yield to her husband's needs was seen as obedience to God's will. In return, she expected protection and provision. It was a balance of duty, where affection might grow, but obligation was always primary. The liturgical calendar also shaped how wives treated their husbands. During Lent, fasting and abstinence were required. Wives carefully followed these rules, preparing lean meals, avoiding meat, and encouraging their husbands to keep the fast. At Easter, Christmas, and Pentecost, when feasts were permitted, wives prepared special meals, honoring both God and their husbands. To treat a husband well on these holy days was a way of showing respect for both faith and family. Sometimes, wives treated their husbands with spiritual support by urging them toward pilgrimage, or by praying for them. In cases where husbands left on long journeys, wives maintained the home and offered prayers for their safe return. This spiritual care was subtle, unseen, but deeply meaningful. It was another form of treatment, guiding the household toward salvation, holding both husband and children within the shelter of faith. Religion was not only sermons and prayers. It was also fear. Wives feared being seen as disobedient, for priests warned that such women might be punished in purgatory or hell. Superstitions mingled with church teaching. Wives might use charms or blessings to protect their husbands from harm. A whispered prayer as he left for the fields, a sign of the cross traced on his forehead, a candle lit at the altar. These quiet acts were how wives treated their husbands with spiritual care, blending Christian ritual with folk belief. Step inside a small parish church of medieval England. The walls are painted with images. Saints, angels, devils, scenes of judgment. A wife sits beside her husband on a wooden bench. She sees painted warnings of sin. Quarrelsome wives pulled by demons, obedient wives rewarded by saints. These images shaped her behavior. To treat her husband with respect was not only to keep peace at home, but to secure a place in heaven. So, imagine the village church on a Sunday morning. The bells have rung, the villagers crowd into the nave. The priest, in his simple vestments, raises his voice. He speaks of obedience, of love, of the holy bond of marriage. A peasant wife listens, her hands folded, her eyes lowered. She thinks of her husband working in the fields, of her duties waiting at home. And in her heart, she resolves once again to treat him with the patience and respect that both the church and the village demand. The light fades again in our long journey, and we step quietly into another chamber of medieval life. We turn to the role of law, custom, and manorial justice, and how these forces influenced the way peasant wives treated their husbands in medieval England. The crackle of firewood still lingers in the background of our imagination, and the quiet tone of history continues, steady, patient, and low, like the voice of an old storyteller. In medieval England, marriage was not only a spiritual bond but also a legal one. Once wed, a wife's identity was largely absorbed into that of her husband. The law recognized the household as a single unit, with the husband at its head. This meant that a wife's treatment of her husband was guided not only by affection or duty, but also by legal expectation. She owed him loyalty, obedience, and labor. Her actions were often seen through the lens of his authority. If she broke the law, he might be held responsible. This responsibility tied her treatment of him directly to their shared survival before courts and lords. Most peasants lived under the jurisdiction of manorial courts. These courts oversaw disputes, fines, and village order. Records show that wives were sometimes brought before the court for quarreling, gossiping, or defying their husbands. Such cases reveal that community eyes were always watching. To treat her husband with outward respect was not only a private matter but a public one. A quarrel overheard by neighbors could end in a summons. A wife who shouted at her husband or mocked him might find herself fined for disturbing the peace. Thus, wives often treated their husbands with careful balance, not only for harmony at home but also for the reputation and safety of the family within the village community. Yet the law was not entirely one-sided. In some cases, wives found protection through courts. If a husband struck his wife too harshly, or abandoned her, local authorities could intervene. A wife might bring complaint against cruelty, though such cases were rare and difficult. Still, this possibility shaped her treatment of him. She knew the boundaries of patience, but also the limits of endurance. Legal records show wives standing beside their husbands in disputes, speaking on their behalf or offering evidence. To treat her husband well in this legal sense was to defend him, to safeguard his standing before the manorial lord and neighbors alike. The treatment of husbands was also tied to property. In peasant households, land was the key to survival. A husband typically held rights to the land, but wives managed its produce. When a husband trusted his wife with the management of property, it reflected respect. Wives treated their husbands by upholding this trust, ensuring that land was tended, debts were met, and inheritance secured. If a husband died, widows sometimes managed land until sons were old enough to inherit. In these moments, the wife's long years of treating her husband with care and diligence were recognized by the community, for she had shared in the labor that made the land fruitful. Under the principle of coverture, a wife's legal identity was considered covered by her husband's. She could not easily own property independently, nor act in court without his involvement. This legal doctrine shaped how wives treated their husbands. Their lives were intertwined by law as much as by custom. Her obedience was not simply expected, it was written into the structure of society. To treat her husband with loyalty was to live within this legal framework, where his word carried weight for them both. Sometimes disputes arose within marriages, and neighbors or local officials acted as mediators. To treat her husband with patience in such times was to avoid public shame. Arbitration often ended with reconciliations, and wives learned that public quarrels endangered both their reputations. Therefore, many wives treated their husbands with outward calm in the presence of others, even if tensions brewed privately. This was not hypocrisy but survival within a closely watched society. In certain cases, the law permitted husbands to discipline wives, though the church urged moderation. Wives knew the limits of defiance. To treat a husband with open disrespect risked not only quarrel but punishment. Yet the law also emphasized mutual duty. If a wife neglected her household work or shamed her husband publicly, neighbors judged her harshly. The treatment of a husband was thus bound within an entire web of expectations, legal, communal, and spiritual. Court roles give us rare glimpses of daily life. In some, wives appear defending their husbands in debt disputes, swearing oaths of truth, or testifying on their husband's behalf. These fragments show that wives treated their husbands as allies in survival, partners in the legal struggles of peasant life. Though law placed them beneath men, reality demanded cooperation. Husbands depended on their wives to maintain order, to support them in court, and to guard the household's reputation. Imagine a village green on a spring morning. The manorial court has assembled. Villagers murmur, oxen graze nearby, and the steward calls names. A husband stands accused of owing grain to his lord. Beside him, his wife speaks softly, offering proof of payment, or pledging to repay from their next harvest. She treats him not with defiance, nor with silence, but with loyalty, standing by his side as law and community gaze upon them. This scene reminds us that the treatment of husbands by peasant wives was never only private. It was bound to law, to the manner, and to the expectations of neighbors, shaping every gesture of respect, every word of support, every act of loyalty in medieval England. The weight of medieval life pressed not only on the shoulders of men but equally upon women. A peasant wife was expected to be a steady partner, neither idle nor disobedient, but also not so bold as to overturn her husband's authority in the eyes of the community. Yet, within the privacy of their cottages, the reality was more textured, more nuanced. A woman's treatment of her husband was shaped by the rhythm of fields and feasts, by the customs of parish and manor, and by the deeply ingrained religious teachings that framed the medieval household as a miniature of divine order. The church was ever present in dictating what proper behavior should look like. Priests preached that the husband was the head of the household, while the wife was the heart that kept it alive. She owed him obedience, loyalty, and chastity, but at the same time, the husband owed her protection and provision. In sermons and manuals such as those read by the clergy, marriage was described as a partnership ordained by God. In reality, this translated into wives treating their husbands with a mixture of duty, care, and at times a quiet assertiveness, particularly when their husband's decisions affected the survival of the family. During meals, a wife often demonstrated respect by ensuring her husband was served first. Food was a symbol of order and provision. Bread, pottage, or meat when it was available would be ladled to him before the children, with the wife herself often eating last. This was not always because she was viewed as lesser, but because she was the one who had measured and stretched the resources. She knew exactly how much remained for herself once her husband and children had eaten. In her treatment of her husband, there was thus a blend of reverence and calculation. She nurtured him not only because of affection, but because his strength meant the family's livelihood in the fields. In daily interactions, wives were attentive to their husbands' needs for rest after labor. Returning from the plow, a man would often find his wife had prepared a meal or mended his clothing. A wife who neglected such duties could face gossip among neighbors, for the reputation of a household was partly judged on the diligence of the wife. Thus, many wives treated their husbands with a carefulness that was both emotional and social. They listened to his stories from the manor court, offered advice when he spoke of disputes, and sometimes tempered his anger when matters went poorly in the fields. Still, wives were not silent figures. In village life, many wives expressed their thoughts openly, especially concerning the household's finances. A husband might wish to spend coin on ale at the tavern, but a prudent wife would scold him, urging him to think of seed grain, repairs, or the children's needs. Such correction was a form of treatment that mixed sternness with care. Medieval literature occasionally mocked such wives as shrews, yet historians note that this was often an exaggerated stereotype. In practice, wives' voices were indispensable in maintaining balance. Festivals and holy days reveal another aspect of how wives treated their husbands. During communal feasts, wives often stood alongside their husbands, sharing the joy of music, dancing, and drinking. In these moments, the strict hierarchy of daily life softened. A wife might laugh more freely, tease her husband, or show small acts of affection, passing him a cup of ale or dancing with him in the village square. These glimpses remind us that their relationships were not defined only by labor and obedience, but also by moments of companionship. Religious rituals bound husband and wife together as well. A wife encouraged her husband to attend Mass, to give alms, and to honor saints' days. When he faltered in faith or grew weary of fasting, she was often the one to remind him. In such ways, wives treated their husbands as moral partners, gently but persistently guiding them in the path the Church taught. Even in illness, the treatment of husbands by wives was strikingly tender. Without physicians readily available to peasants, wives became the healers. They gathered herbs, brewed broths, laid cloths soaked in vinegar or honey upon wounds, and whispered prayers over fevers. A sick husband depended on his wife's knowledge of remedies, and her care could mean the difference between life and death. Here the balance of power shifted subtly. Though the husband was head, the wife's hands held the skill that preserved him. And so, in the weaving of their lives together, medieval peasant wives treated their husbands with a spectrum of behaviors: deference, care, correction, companionship, and healing. Each act was framed not only by affection but by survival, community expectations, and the ever-present hand of faith. As the seasons shifted across the medieval year, the treatment of husbands by their wives mirrored those cycles. In springtime, when the fields demanded sowing, wives often prepared food to carry into the fields, ensuring their husbands had bread, cheese, or small ale to sustain them through long days. The care was practical, but it carried with it a quiet expression of loyalty. Her husband's strength was their survival, and she treated his labor as something to be maintained and protected. In summer, when days stretched long and the sun was harsh, wives treated their husbands with watchfulness. Men working outdoors risked sunstroke, injuries from tools, or exhaustion. Wives fetched water, brought shade when possible, and sometimes joined in the harvest to lessen his burden. The treatment here was not only affectionate but also cooperative. The boundaries between his work and her work blurred during the busiest times, and in such moments, a wife's willingness to step into the fields was a sign of her devotion to him and their household. Autumn, the season of harvest, was perhaps the most demanding. A husband relied on his wife's judgment to manage stores of grain, preserve meat, and brew ale. If she failed in these tasks, the family might suffer hunger before winter was over. Therefore, wives treated their husbands with a form of careful stewardship. They honored his work in gathering the harvest by making it last, by ensuring nothing was wasted, and by transforming raw produce into sustenance that carried symbolic meaning. Bread, the staff of life, was kneaded and baked by her hands, a daily affirmation of her role in honoring his labor. Winter brought different forms of treatment. When fields lay quiet and men gathered at the hearth, wives' attentiveness shifted to warmth, clothing, and comfort. She mended his tunics, patched his hose, and spun wool to knit caps and mittens. Her treatment of him was wrapped in textiles, in blankets and cloaks, in the tangible evidence of her work at the spindle. Around the fire she offered conversation, sometimes soft laughter, and sometimes silence, companionship in its simplest form. Within the household, wives treated their husbands with gestures of respect that reinforced community norms. It was not unusual for a wife to rise before her husband, tend the fire, and prepare the morning meal so that his day began with nourishment. Neighbors would notice such diligence, and a wife's reputation as a good caretaker reflected upon her husband's standing in the village. In this way, her treatment of him extended outward, shaping how others viewed him. Yet, even in a society that praised obedience, wives were known to challenge their husbands when necessity demanded. Manor court records and ecclesiastical documents preserve glimpses of wives speaking against their husbands, complaining of neglect, drunkenness, or mistreatment. These cases remind us that wives were not voiceless. When a husband's behavior endangered the household, wives treated him with stern words, sometimes even public rebuke. Such actions might strain the marriage, but they also reflected the wife's commitment to the family's survival. Songs and ballads from the period also give hints of the dynamics between peasant wives and their husbands. Some songs jested about nagging wives, who scolded their men for spending too much at alehouses. Others praised faithful wives who stayed at home, weaving or spinning by candlelight. The cultural echoes suggest that wives often treated their husbands with a mix of affection, humor, and, when necessary, sharp correction. A peasant wife's treatment of her husband was also shaped by her dowry and her family's influence. If she came from a family with land or goods, she might hold a firmer place in the household, treating her husband with more confidence and having a stronger say in decisions. If she brought little, she often relied more heavily on her diligence and her care to establish her worth. In both cases, her treatment of her husband was informed by her role as partner in the economic fabric of their lives. Evenings after church, when families gathered in their cottages, revealed softer sides of marriage. Husbands recounted sermons or news from the manor, and wives listened, sometimes nodding, sometimes offering interpretations of their own. The way a wife treated her husband in these conversations, whether with quiet respect or thoughtful debate, helped reinforce their shared bond. Thus, whether in fields or hearthside, at table or in church, peasant wives treated their husbands in a manner that was deeply practical, carefully respectful, and often quietly influential. Their treatment was less about romance, as modern minds might imagine, and more about the constant weaving together of survival, companionship, and the subtle assertion of their own presence within the marriage. In the wider framework of medieval England, marriage was not merely a private arrangement but a cornerstone of community life. The way a wife treated her husband extended beyond their cottage walls, becoming part of the social fabric. Parish priests, neighbors, and manorial lords all observed and judged the conduct of households. A wife who treated her husband well, providing him food, clothing, and respect, was praised as a model of order, while one who quarreled too openly might face whispers or reprimands. At meal times, the rituals of treatment were especially visible. A wife often deferred to her husband, serving him first and ensuring he was satisfied before taking her own portion. This was not merely custom but also reflected the priority placed on the husband's physical labor. His work in the fields or at the plow was seen as essential to the family's survival, and so his strength was preserved through nourishment. Yet within this gesture, there was also quiet authority. The wife controlled the kitchen, the cooking, and the storage. She knew how much food was left, how long it must last, and how to stretch it when supplies were short. In this way, she treated her husband with both respect and practical guidance. On Sundays and feast days, wives treated their husbands through care and appearance. They washed and mended his tunic, brushed his cloak, and ensured he was fit to appear before the parish. A husband poorly dressed reflected not only on himself but also on his wife's diligence. Thus, her treatment of him extended into the public sphere. By caring for his presentation, she upheld his dignity and, by extension, her own. In times of illness or weakness, the balance of roles shifted sharply. A husband laid low by fever or injury depended entirely on his wife's attentions. She prepared warm broths, laid compresses of herbs, and whispered prayers for saints' intercession. She treated him with tenderness, speaking softly, tending the fire so he remained warm, and sometimes sitting beside him long into the night. These acts of care were not merely expected duties. They were gestures that reinforced the intimacy and interdependence of marriage in an age when survival was always uncertain. Court records occasionally mention wives who defended their husbands before authorities. If a husband was accused of neglecting his lord's duties or defaulting on rent, a wife might step forward to explain, plead, or even take responsibility for certain matters. In such instances, her treatment of her husband was protective, shielding him from the harshest outcomes of manorial justice. Though women had limited legal standing, their presence and voices sometimes softened judgments. Religious teachings also influenced wives in how they treated their husbands. Confession manuals and sermons instructed women to be obedient, faithful, and supportive. Yet these same texts reminded men that they were to love and cherish their wives, to avoid cruelty, and to provide for them. Thus, when a wife treated her husband with care and loyalty, she was also fulfilling her role in the spiritual order of the household. This infused even simple acts, placing bread before him, mending his boots, or guiding him to church, with a sense of divine purpose. In moments of conflict, however, the treatment of husbands by wives could become sharp. Records reveal disputes where wives scolded or even struck their husbands, though such cases were rare and usually exaggerated by officials. These moments highlight that marriages were not always peaceful, and wives treated their husbands with open reproach if they felt their household was threatened by wastefulness or vice. Tavern-going, gambling, and neglect of fieldwork were frequent causes of such friction. The wife's treatment here was corrective, born not of disrespect but of responsibility. Seasonal rhythms also shaped behavior. In winter evenings, when families gathered by the fire, wives treated their husbands with warmth and companionship. They shared stories, hummed lullabies to children, and sometimes spun yarn while listening to his words. In these quieter moments, the treatment was intimate, born from shared fatigue and shared survival rather than public duty. Thus, the treatment of husbands by medieval peasant wives was never one-dimensional. It shifted with seasons, circumstances, and needs. Sometimes deferential, sometimes corrective, sometimes nurturing, and sometimes quietly assertive. To imagine these cottages of wattle and daub, with the smell of smoke and bread in the air, is to see not cold obedience but a partnership textured by care, duty, and endurance. Within the village community, the bond between a husband and wife was closely watched, and the way a wife treated her husband could affect not only their household but also their reputation among neighbors. If she was attentive, careful, and respectful, she earned praise that reflected back on her husband's standing. But if she quarreled too openly, scolded him harshly in public, or failed to maintain the home, both she and her husband could be ridiculed. In this sense, her treatment of him was not only private, it was a public matter, interwoven with the honor and stability of the entire family. One of the most consistent ways wives treated their husbands was through the rhythm of household duties. After long hours in the field, a husband could expect a meal, perhaps a simple pottage thickened with oats or barley, with leeks or cabbage from the garden. Ale was brewed in small batches, often by the wife herself, and it was she who determined when to offer a cup to her husband. While these gestures may appear ordinary, in a world of scarcity and uncertainty, such treatment was vital. A wife's attentiveness in these small acts ensured that her husband returned to the fields with strength renewed. In the long cycle of the agricultural year, wives treated their husbands with cooperation. During haymaking or harvest, wives often joined in the labor, cutting, binding, or gathering crops alongside their husbands. The way she treated him then was through shared work, shouldering part of the burden to ease his strain. Later, when grain was stored or ale brewed, the fruits of her labor became the sustenance that carried the family through winter. This partnership reflected a truth often hidden in sermons. Survival depended on mutual effort. But there was also an emotional and spiritual dimension. Wives often treated their husbands with counsel, offering quiet advice on disputes with neighbors, decisions about rents or fines, and choices in the marketplace. While men were officially the decision-makers, many relied on their wives' judgment, especially when it came to balancing food, coin, and children's needs. In this way, a wife's treatment of her husband was not silent submission but active guidance, though often expressed softly, within the privacy of the hearth. In religious observances, too, wives guided their husbands. When feast days or fasts arrived, a wife reminded him of the priest's teachings, encouraged him to keep the abstinence from meat on Fridays, and prepared meals accordingly. Her treatment of him in these matters was both spiritual and practical, weaving the rhythms of the church into their daily life. For a husband who might be tempted by indulgence, the wife's steady reminders kept the household aligned with communal expectations of faith. Yet not all was gentle harmony. Records from manorial courts and church courts tell of quarrels between spouses, sometimes escalating into violence. These disputes show another side. When husbands failed in their duties, whether through drunkenness, idleness, or cruelty, wives treated them with sharp rebuke. Sometimes words, sometimes actions, sometimes even complaints to local authorities were used. Such cases may have been exceptions, but they remind us that medieval marriage was lived in full human complexity, with conflict as well as care. Another overlooked element is the role of storytelling and song. In cottages lit by firelight, wives treated their husbands with companionship through tales. Folk stories, ballads, or simply recounting the day's events became a way of binding the household together. A wife might tell a tale to children while her husband listened, or she might sing softly while spinning. This treatment was not only domestic labor but also emotional labor, keeping spirits steady through the long dark nights. Illness and death brought the clearest moments of tenderness. When a husband grew weak, a wife's treatment turned wholly to care. She applied poultices, whispered charms or prayers, and sat beside him through the night. In many cases, wives closed the eyes of dying husbands, prepared their bodies, and ensured prayers were said for their souls. Such acts were the final solemn form of treatment, a blending of love, duty, and faith, performed at the boundary between life and eternity. Thus, across the broad span of medieval English peasant life, the way wives treated their husbands cannot be reduced to obedience alone. It was a fabric woven from duty, affection, correction, companionship, and endurance. In the soft crackle of hearth fires, in the toil of harvest fields, in the murmured prayers at parish mass, one sees a constant pattern. Wives grounding their husbands in the realities of survival, faith, and community, shaping their lives with both visible and invisible care. To understand more deeply how wives treated their husbands, one must also look at the expectations of authority and hierarchy in medieval England. The Church taught that the husband was lord of his wife, echoing the feudal order, where peasants owed obedience to their lords. Yet, within the household, this authority was softened by necessity. A man could not run a home alone. His wife's management of food, children, and small trade meant that her treatment of him was a blend of respect and indispensable influence. The day-to-day rhythms reveal this balance. When a husband rose at dawn, it was often his wife who had already stirred the fire, warmed water, or set bread to bake. She treated him with attentiveness, ensuring his day began with warmth and nourishment. In return, he relied upon her to prepare him for the long hours ahead. Though medieval sermons painted wives as silent supporters, their actions show they were active participants in structuring their husbands' lives. At the same time, wives were expected to temper their husbands' tempers. Records of village disputes note occasions where wives intervened, pulling their husbands away from fights at taverns or scolding them for wasting coin. This was treatment that blended authority with care. A wife who restrained her husband in public did so to protect their household's reputation, even if it meant enduring criticism herself. Neighbors might laugh, calling her sharp-tongued, but behind this was a recognition of her crucial role in maintaining order. Hospitality also shaped a wife's treatment of her husband. When guests came, whether kin, neighbors, or travelers, it was the wife who prepared food and drink, ensuring her husband was seen as a generous and capable host. By serving him first, she displayed his authority, but by keeping the household supplied, she demonstrated her competence. In these moments, her treatment reinforced his status, while subtly affirming her own central role in shaping that status. Another sphere was childbirth and childrearing. While husbands were less involved in these tasks, a wife's treatment of her husband in this domain was to ensure his lineage was preserved and his children raised in the faith. She nursed the infants, managed their clothing, and taught them prayers. In doing so, she honored his role as father and ensured his name would continue. Medieval villagers understood that a wife's care of children was, indirectly, a form of care for her husband's legacy. Economically, many wives treated their husbands as partners in small trade. Some sold eggs, butter, or spun goods at local markets, bringing coin to the household. A wife who engaged in such activities treated her husband not only by contributing to survival, but also by showing loyalty to the shared burdens of rent and dues. When she returned with coin, she often placed it directly in his hands, a gesture of both trust and partnership. In moments of festivity, the treatment took on lighter tones. At harvest festivals, May games, or village dances, wives sometimes teased their husbands, laughing as they danced or shared ale. These were rare glimpses of playfulness in lives marked by labor. A wife's laughter, her readiness to dance, or her willingness to share in celebration was another way she treated her husband, with joy and companionship, momentarily easing the weight of survival. It is important to note that not all treatment was gentle. Just as men might assert authority harshly, wives too could wield sharp words. Ballads and tales often mocked quarrelsome wives, suggesting that some treated their husbands with constant scolding. Though exaggerated, these stories reveal that wives sometimes did confront their husbands directly, whether over money, labor, or household management. Such treatment might strain the relationship, but it also demonstrated that wives were active voices, not silent shadows. Finally, at the end of a man's life, a wife's treatment became sacred duty. She tended to his body in illness, prepared him for confession, and ensured prayers for his soul. When death came, It was often the wife who oversaw his burial rites, securing a place for him in consecrated ground. In this final act, her treatment bound together care for the body, the spirit, and the memory of the man she had shared her life with. Thus, the treatment of husbands by medieval peasant wives was a layered practice, respectful but firm, nurturing but corrective, private yet public. It was shaped by food, labor, faith, and affection, always woven through the shared struggle to survive in a world where every act, whether cooking bread, brewing ale, or whispering a prayer, carried weight. As we move deeper into the picture of medieval life, it becomes clear that the treatment of husbands by wives was both practical and symbolic. It was not simply about gestures of obedience or affection, but about sustaining a fragile world where survival depended on cooperation, reputation, and order. One striking dimension was storytelling within the household. When the day's labor ended, husbands and wives sat by the fire, children gathered near. A wife's treatment of her husband often included listening to his accounts of fieldwork, his complaints about lords or stewards, or his stories of market gossip. To listen was to honor him, to let him unburden himself after a day of toil. But wives also contributed their own voices, recounting their dealings at the market, sharing remedies from neighbors, or passing along parish news. In these exchanges, treatment was mutual. Each sustained the other through words, weaving conversation into companionship. Another dimension was discipline within the household. Although husbands were often regarded as the disciplinarians, it was common for wives to step in with words of caution or restraint, particularly when the husband's anger flared. A wife might place a hand on his arm, murmur words of patience, or even scold him for rashness. This treatment was protective, guarding him from hasty actions that might bring shame or fines. Parish records occasionally note such interventions, where wives were praised for tempering their husbands' quarrels. In the agricultural cycle, wives also treated their husbands through planning and foresight. While the man worked the land, the wife managed the stores. If she miscalculated, the entire family suffered, and the husband's labor would seem wasted. Thus, her treatment of him included careful management, stretching bread, salting meats, brewing ale that would last. In this way, she honored his toil by ensuring it bore fruit through the harsh months of winter. Festivals and holy days offered moments of warmth and shared joy. On Christmas, Easter, or saints' feasts, wives treated their husbands with extra care in meals and clothing. A goose roasted at Yuletide, a sweetened bread at Easter, or freshly mended tunics for church were ways a wife marked these occasions, showing respect not only to the feast but also to the man beside her. In laughter, song, and prayer, she acknowledged him as partner in both hardship and celebration. The church's influence cannot be overlooked. Preachers often instructed wives to be silent and obedient, but many women internalized these messages in subtler ways. A wife might treat her husband by encouraging him to confession, reminding him of holy days, or arranging alms for the poor in his name. These acts were not just piety, they were also care for his soul, ensuring his spiritual standing in a world where salvation was a constant concern. At times, wives treated their husbands with quiet defiance. When men spent too much at taverns, wives sometimes hid coins, kept grain secure, or warned children not to speak of hidden stores. This treatment, while stern, was protective, guarding the household against hunger or debt. Such actions show that even within the framework of obedience, wives found ways to assert agency, shaping their husband's behavior by necessity. Illness again reveals the depth of this treatment. When husbands returned from fields weary or wounded, wives applied poultices, warmed broths, and whispered prayers. Medieval medicine was limited, but women's knowledge of herbs, chamomile, comfrey, yarrow, was often the first and only defense against sickness. In tending to their husbands, wives treated them with both physical care and spiritual comfort, embodying the role of healer in a world where survival was always precarious. Finally, memory itself was a form of treatment. Wives preserved the dignity of their husbands through prayers for the dead, candles lit at altars, and masses said for their souls. Long after the husband's labor ceased, the wife's role in honoring his memory continued. In this sense, her treatment of him did not end with life but extended into eternity, ensuring he was remembered, prayed for, and held in the community of the living and the dead. Thus, in batch after batch of evidence, through records, songs, sermons, and daily practice, we see that peasant wives treated their husbands not merely as heads of households but as partners in a fragile dance of survival. Their treatment combined respect, correction, care, and memory, weaving together the full tapestry of medieval English life. In villages scattered across England, the daily bonds between husband and wife were not only maintained by survival, but by the countless small gestures of endurance and familiarity. The medieval peasant wife, though often weighed down by duty, had her own ways of shaping the rhythm of her husband's day. When the man returned from the fields, clothes mud-caked, shoulders bent under the strain of the plough or scythe, it was often his wife who greeted him with a bowl of warm pottage or a piece of bread torn from the communal loaf. This food, though simple, was an expression of steady care, a recognition that his labor sustained them, but her preparation sustained him. The hearth itself became the central place of such treatment. Wives tended fires carefully, guarding scarce fuel, so that when the men arrived home from cold or wet work, the cottage was at least somewhat warmer than the fields. The crackle of burning sticks, the faint scent of smoke clinging to rushes on the floor, offered a comfort that words rarely did. But treatment extended beyond warmth and food. Many wives carried quiet authority in how the household ran. If a man's temper was sharp, his wife might soothe it by steering conversations toward safe ground, discussing the day's small harvest, the progress of their children, or the plans for church feast days. The medieval mindset valued patience and humility, virtues often pressed most heavily upon women, and so wives were expected to maintain calm where husbands carried frustration. There was also the physical care, tending cuts, binding wounds from sickles or plows, preparing poultices from herbs gathered at field edges. A wife who knew her simples could lessen her husband's pain with mixtures of honey, garlic, or comfrey. Though these remedies were humble compared to the treatments of learned physicians, they were accessible, and often trusted more. This tending was part of her silent role, and men depended upon it deeply. Of course, life was not without friction. Husbands could be stern, sometimes harsh, and the wife's treatment might range from quiet obedience to clever resistance. Records hint at wives who spoke sharply back, who defended their small spaces of independence. Some women were known to manage household accounts, keeping a close hand on coins earned by spinning or brewing ale. Others were skilled at haggling in the village market, ensuring that the household was not cheated. In these ways, wives influenced not only their husband's daily comforts but also his economic stability. Within the parish framework, wives were also expected to encourage their husbands toward proper behavior, attendance at church, obedience to holy days, and confession. Clerical sermons often painted the wife as both helper and reminder, a gentle voice urging her husband to live rightly. Thus, treatment was not simply domestic but spiritual, shaping a man's conscience as well as his meals. Evenings in peasant cottages were simple, but they carried a rhythm of companionship. After supper, a wife might mend her husband's clothing by dim candlelight or by the glow of the hearth. She might patch a tear in his tunic, resole his hose, or stitch leather bindings for his boots. Each repair was another gesture of care, one that allowed him to return to the fields clothed and ready for toil. And then, when the day drew to its close, she might spread straw and blankets across the bed, ensuring comfort after labor. Sleep came quickly, heavy as the day's work, but the wife's hand in preparing the bed and settling the household secured the final portion of her husband's rest. Through all these acts, the medieval wife's treatment of her husband was layered with duty, practicality, and a quiet affection rarely recorded in chronicles but present in the hum of daily life. It was a form of constancy, not spoken in grand declarations but felt in every fire tended, every meal served, every wound bound, and every bed made ready. As we step deeper into the lives of medieval peasants, we find that the ways wives treated their husbands were not only confined to the cottage and the fields but extended into the communal and ritual spaces of village life. Their interactions carried a rhythm tied to feast days, harvest festivals, and church rituals, all of which shaped how men and women related to one another. On holy days and Sundays, when labor paused, wives often took the lead in preparing their husbands for church. Clothing was brushed, patched, or made neat enough for public appearance. A husband's boots might be wiped free of mud, and his tunic straightened, for the village church was not only a place of worship but also of display. Wives understood this, and so they treated their husbands by ensuring they appeared respectable before their neighbors and God alike. During feast days, Christmas, Easter, or local saints' festivals, the treatment was both celebratory and practical. Wives brewed ale in advance, carefully measured to last through the celebrations. They roasted what meat they could afford, perhaps a chicken or a portion of pork, and they baked finer bread than usual, using wheat if it was obtainable rather than the coarser rye or barley. In this way, they honored their husbands with meals that marked a break from daily austerity. The warmth of such occasions often renewed the bond between spouses, at least temporarily lifting the burdens of toil. Yet, feast days also revealed subtle negotiations of respect and pride. Husbands, drinking ale in the company of neighbors, might boast of their household strength or their wife's brewing skill. Wives, in turn, could take pride in hearing their efforts praised, even indirectly. Their treatment of husbands was thus partly social, protecting a man's reputation by ensuring he had decent clothing, good ale, and a household fit for display. There were too moments of shared superstition and ritual. Wives sometimes prepared charms or said prayers over their husbands before dangerous tasks, such as traveling long distances or handling heavy plow teams. A sprig of protective herbs, a whispered blessing, or even the quiet tracing of a cross on a husband's brow might be part of her care. These small acts, rooted in faith and folklore, reassured men and strengthened the invisible bonds of trust within marriage. The treatment of husbands also varied through the seasons. During harvest, a wife might bring food to the fields, carrying bread, cheese, or ale to sustain her husband and his companions as they labored under the summer sun. In winter, she kept the cottage insulated, plugging gaps in the walls with mud or cloth, ensuring that her husband returned to a shelter that shielded him from biting winds. Beyond physical care, wives also offered counsel, though often in ways softened by expectation. A husband might consult his wife on whether to sell surplus grain, whether to lease a small strip of land, or how to handle a debt. While patriarchal norms placed men as heads of households, wives' knowledge of local gossip, kinship ties, and market dealings often made their voices influential. Many men quietly depended on their wives' judgment, even if public acknowledgement of such counsel was rare. At night, when the village settled into silence, the conversations between husband and wife could be the most telling. By the hearth, or upon their shared bed of straw and blankets, wives listened to their husbands' grievances, their weariness, or their hopes for better harvests. Though medieval chroniclers rarely recorded such intimate exchanges, these moments were part of the wife's treatment. Her ability to ease burdens by listening, to steady her husband's spirit with presence as much as with words. And always there was the unspoken balance. Obedience expected, but resilience quietly exercised. Many wives knew how to yield when yielding was necessary, and how to stand firm when a husband's decision risked the family's survival. In these moments, treatment shifted from simple service to subtle guidance, a reminder that within the rough walls of a peasant's home, the dynamics of marriage were as complex and human as in any castle hall. The treatment of husbands by their wives, then, was never a single gesture but a tapestry woven from food, warmth, ritual, counsel, and quiet companionship. It was lived not in the grand declarations of romance, but in the steady pulse of survival, where each gesture mattered. As we approach the closing reflections, let us linger still in the quiet cottages, the narrow lanes, and the fields of medieval England, where peasant wives shaped their husbands' lives in ways both visible and unseen. By now, it becomes clear that the treatment husbands received from their wives was not a single pattern but a rhythm that shifted with time, age, and circumstance. In youth, when marriages were fresh, wives often treated their husbands with a mixture of respect and caution. Many unions were arranged or strongly influenced by family and village ties, and it took time for familiarity to grow into trust. In those early years, a wife's treatment leaned heavily upon duty, tending meals, keeping the home in order, and proving herself capable of sustaining a household. Husbands, in turn, measured their wives' worth through these daily tasks, and wives responded by working hard to maintain their husbands' respect. As years passed, the bond deepened through shared endurance. Hard winters, poor harvests, and the birth of children brought trials that forced husband and wife to rely upon one another. Here, the wife's treatment of her husband matured into something steadier, less about display, more about sustaining the fabric of life. When famine threatened, she might portion food carefully, ensuring her husband was fed enough to continue labor. When illness struck, she watched over him through the night, applying herbs or murmuring prayers. In older age, wives often became the quiet keepers of wisdom in the household. Their treatment of their husbands could shift toward gentleness, born of years of familiarity. Husbands, their bodies worn from decades of labor, leaned more upon their wives for daily care. Help rising in the morning, steady hands during sickness, comfort as strength declined. Many wives, though burdened themselves, treated their husbands with a mixture of tenderness and practicality, knowing that their own fates were bound tightly together until death. Community memory also shaped this treatment. Wives were conscious that neighbors observed their behavior. A woman known for sharp cruelty toward her husband might earn censure, while one who was loyal and diligent gained quiet respect. Treatment of the husband, therefore, was not only personal but social. It reflected upon the household's honor and the family's place within the village. At times, though, wives showed resistance when treatment became too one-sided. Records of the manorial courts reveal disputes where wives spoke out against husbands who mistreated them. In some cases, wives left temporarily to seek shelter with kin, using separation as both protection and a silent reproach. These instances remind us that treatment was not only obedience, it could also be a form of negotiation, a way of holding husbands accountable. Spiritual life also shaped these dynamics. The medieval church taught that marriage was a holy bond, that wives should treat their husbands with submission, and husbands should love their wives as Christ loved the church. While sermons leaned heavily upon wifely obedience, wives themselves often interpreted this teaching in ways that preserved dignity. Their treatment of husbands thus combined outward deference with inner resilience, balancing faith with the realities of survival. In the quiet details, we find the truest sense of treatment. A wife adjusting her husband's cloak before he stepped out into the cold morning. A wife slipping a prayer bead into his hand before he left for the fields. A wife preparing his favorite pottage when he was weary, or repairing his boots so his feet stayed dry. These small, nearly invisible acts were not dramatic, but they stitched together the fabric of daily existence. By the close of the medieval day, when darkness fell early in winter, and the only light came from the hearth and the faint glow of a rushlight, husband and wife would lie upon their straw bed. The wife's last treatment of her husband for that day was to make sure he rested in some degree of comfort, to keep watch over the household silence, and to guard the fire so that it did not die before dawn. This, above all, was the essence of her role, to stand as the quiet pillar of the household, holding together warmth, sustenance, and steadiness, so that her husband could endure the burdens of labor and life. And so, we come gently to the close of our long wandering through the fields and cottages of medieval England. We have traced the lives of peasant wives, their quiet duties, their subtle influence, and the many ways in which they treated their husbands, through food, warmth, healing, guidance, companionship, and endurance. What emerges is not a story of grand gestures or sweeping romance, but of the small, steady acts that kept households alive. A wife stirring pottage at the hearth, mending a torn sleeve by firelight, carrying bread and ale to the fields, offering a whispered prayer before her husband's day began. These gestures, repeated across years and across countless villages, were the invisible threads binding the lives of men and women together. The treatment of husbands by their wives was shaped by duty, by faith, by the seasons, and by survival itself. Yet within those bounds, there was tenderness, there was resilience, and there was partnership. Though the chroniclers seldom recorded it, the quiet bond of peasant husband and wife was as vital to the life of medieval England as the plough in the field or the bell in the parish tower. Now, as our long telling comes to rest, let us draw in a deep breath, inhale slowly, and exhale gently. Close your eyes if you wish, and imagine the flicker of a medieval hearth, the crackle of wood, the soft murmur of voices in the night. The day's labor has ended. The wife has set aside her spindle, the husband has laid down his tools, and both find rest in the stillness of the cottage. Let your mind drift as theirs did, toward sleep, toward peace, toward the steady rhythm of another dawn to come. And remember, in history as in life, it is often the smallest acts of care that carry the greatest weight. So breathe deeply once more. Let your body grow heavy, and allow your thoughts to quiet like embers cooling in the hearth. You are safe. You are calm. You are at rest.